We are just a few minutes away from our first race of the day, race number 1, Boys Division 2. So once again, coaches and athletes, as you arrive, we're running the rain course today. The clerk of the course is on the lower level parking structure. The second, that's the ground level. Lower level is right by the airstrip. That's where you'll check in 30 minutes prior to the start of your race. So make sure your athletes are at the clerk of the course. Race number 1, Boys Division 2. So Division 2 is our first boys today. 4 heats, the top 4 teams in each heat, plus individuals if they finish in the top 6 will qualify for next Saturday's Ford Southern California Cross Country Championships, Southern Section Championships. And in our first heat of the day, our top-ranked team in the section, ranked number 2 in the state in Division 2, Woodbridge. They were the Pacific Coast League champions this year, the Orange County champions this year. Up at Clovis in that great invitational sweepstakes race this year, they were 3rd. They averaged 15.28 in that race. They won the Dana Hills Invitational. They are running in our first heat in their league final. We mentioned they were the Pacific Coast League champions. They scored 15 points in that race. They actually went 1 through 7, so perfect score in that race for Woodbridge. Number 1 ranked team in the section, number 2 in the state. Newberry Park currently ranked number 8 in the section up at Clovis this year. They were 2nd in the Division 5 race. They finished 2nd in the Marmani League. Claremont, they won their race here at the Mt SAC Invitational this year, averaged 16-15 for teams. They're currently ranked 9th in their section, in this section here. In the Palomares League, very tough league, they were 2nd this year. Tesoro also in this race. They were 4th in the Seaview League this year. Roland, they won the Valley Vista League Championship for the 3rd year in a row. Also in the league, in this heat today, Garden Grove, they Orange Coast League champions this year. Apple Valley, Colony, Wainimi, Kennedy, Lahoma, Lusinger, Culver City, and Ontario, all in this first heat. Scheduled to go in just about 5 minutes. Here we go, our first race of the day, boys Division II, Heat 1, on their way, making their way north on the airstrip. They're going to head north. When they get to the top of the road there, just before they get to the parking structure, they'll make a left turn and starting to head over Campus Way over to the back of Reservoir.
Thank you.
Right to the front, Aiden Antonio, the junior from Woodbridge, the Orange County champion, taking that out well. And Woodbridge in that bright yellow and red go through the first 3/4 of a mile comfortably in control. Leading that race, as we mentioned earlier, Aiden Antonio Woodbridge right with him, also from Orange County, the Seaview League champion Chase Manning, and they're running together, leading that front group through the first 3/4 of a mile. We'll get a mile split here in just a minute, and we'll get our first team scores. And if you're new to the Mt SAC facility here, certainly for the rain course here, everything's going to happen west of the stadium except for the finish, which will be in the stadium. So if you want to go on the upper level of the parking structure or the upper level of the stadium, you get a pretty good view as they come back around. So it's basically 2.5 mile sections of the course, the same thing twice. They're coming back from the back of Reservoir now, heading back over to the airstrip. They'll come down the airstrip, make a U-turn, head back and do that same course again. The second time when they come back around, they'll go all the way down to the guard alley, which is that where the crossover traditionally is, make a left turn, come up to the back stretch of the track, and finish with 300 meters on the track. And we go through the first mile, right at 4:51 through that first mile. And as we mentioned, Antonio of Woodbridge, Manning of Tesoro, and right there also with him, Michael Ortega of Ontario. They go by at 450.7. Then Zavala of Woodbridge, Medeiros of Claremont, right in with that lead group. Catherine Devan of Woodbridge, Juarez of Roland, Spickler of Woodbridge, and Guerrero of Claremont, Nava of Sure. That is our top 10 through the first mile. All those boys within 2 seconds of each other. Looking at that original team battle here, Woodbridge very much in control. The section's #1 ranked team, #2 in the state. They go by that first mile right at 35 points. Claremont, second at 66, Tesoro at 75, Newbury Park at 100. A little bit of a gap there into Roland at 139, then Colony at 200. First 4 teams, automatic qualifiers for next Saturday's championship. Woodbridge, Claremont, Tesoro, and Newbury Park right now in the driver's seat in that division as they go through the first mile. They're coming down the airstrip, heading south on the airstrip. They'll make a U-turn and basically do the same, repeat what they just did. Manning and Antonio running together, leading that group. Ortega right with him, Medeiros of Claremont tucked in right behind him. And the Woodbridge boys with all 5 of their scores in that lead group. They have made that U-turn and now making their way back up the airstrip, north on the airstrip. Going to do the same course as we mentioned earlier. And we're just a few minutes away from race number 2. That would be heat 2 of the boys division 2. You should be at the clerk of the course. You're just 6 minutes away from the start of your race. And we're spreading out a little bit, a little group of Antonio of Woodbridge, Medeiros of Claremont, Ortega of Ontario, and Manning of Tesoro. They've broken away a little bit, and Woodbridge in the yellow tops and the red bottoms with 3 of the top 7 at the halfway point.
Was that for me? Mike to Nick.
And our lead athletes in Heat 1 now have made that left turn onto Stadium Way. That's the road that takes them to the back of Reservoir. There's a large parking lot back there. That's where they'll do that same loop again. We'll get a 2-mile split here momentarily. See what the score is heading for that last mile. We're at 8:40 into the race, so we're just a couple minutes away from the 2-mile split. Heat number 2, teams you should be at the clerk of the course. You're 4 minutes away from the start. Now we will start races before the previous races have finished. Of course, can handle that. So once the second race starts, the first race will come back along and do the other side of the airstrip coming on to the finish. Heading into that packed parking lot, Antonio still our leader from Woodbridge. Manning about 2 meters back. Ortega and Medeiros, Ortega of Ontario, Medeiros of Claremont, running together. Those 4 have separated themselves from the pack. And they go by the 2-mile mark right at 9:42. So a fair first 2 miles in that group. Medeiros of Claremont, Antonio of Woodbridge, Ortega of Ontario, and Manning of Tesoro They go through it between 9:42 and 9:44, a little bit of a gap. Zavala of Woodbridge at 9:48. Damian Nava of Sure. Now again, individuals, if they finish in the top 6 places, can move on to the final. So Nava in that 6th and final spot for individuals. Catherine Devan of Woodbridge in 7th at 9:50. A little bit of a gap to Ruckbreck of Tesoro at 9:57. Micah Dickran of Newbury Park, he's moved up into 9th, 9:59. And Aiden Guerrero of Claremont also at 9:59. Noah Spickler of Woodbridge, the last one to go under 10. A little bit of a gap. 12th place is Jacob Juarez of Roland at 10:04. Then a pretty good gap of 10 seconds going to Eisenberg of Claremont at 10:14. Holman of Woodbridge, Yamamoto of Woodbridge, Zasloff of Newbury Park and his teammate Reynolds. Then Murphy of Apple Valley, Clark of Newbury Park, and Woodbridge's Al Iman in the top 20. And in our team battle, it's getting to be a little bit closer, but the first 4 teams, as they were at the mile, with less than a mile to go, are in control of their destiny still. Woodbridge is the leader at 32 points. Claremont at 64. Newbury Park has moved up into the 3rd spot at 78. Tesoro, though, still holding on to that 4th spot. They come through at 86 points. A little bit of a gap to Roland at 125. So Roland trying to get into that top 4. Then we go Ontario at 195, Colony at 197, Apple Valley at 203. But into the 4 qualifying spots with 3/4 of a mile to go, Woodbridge, Claremont, Newbury Park, and Tesoro. All of those are individuals except for Michael Ortega of Ontario. He is running in 3rd. He would move on as an individual if he stays in that spot. And Damian Nava of Sure in 6th. If they can hold on to their spots there, they will make it if their teams do not move up into those top 4. We should be seeing them come onto the track here in just about 2 or 3 minutes. And they're now in guard out. They're going to come up and make a left turn coming into the stadium. Running very comfortably as he has been from the start. Aiden Antonio, the junior from Woodbridge. One of the best runners in the country. 4:06 for the 1600 last year. So he certainly got great speed here. 2nd in the Southern section, 7th in the state meet last year. Outstanding cross-country runner as well as outstanding track runner. And there he is in the yellow and red, just about to come onto the track. Makes that left turn and should be into the stadium. Lyle Medeiros of Claremont running an outstanding race right there with him. He ran very well here at the Mt SAC Invitational this year. He won his race there. The Palomares League champion trying to chase down here to the Pacific Coast League champion. And they come on the track going 1-2. That is in the yellow, Antonio. Medeiros in the gray and black of Claremont. Then comes Chase Manning of Tesoro. Michael Ortega of Ontario. Looks like Zavala into that 4th place. And in comes onto the track in 6th. Damian Nava trying to make it as an individual. And Medeiros comes up on Antonio. Antonio, a little bit of a surge to hold him off. We're going to start with an outstanding time here. Medeiros, though, still charging. Antonio in the yellow, Medeiros in the gray, and we are having an outstanding first race. Oh my, 14:25. That'll be our standard to watch as the rest of the day. Here comes Manning of Tesoro. And here Michael Ortega, no matter whether Ontario makes it or not, he will make it as an individual. Zavala, the 2nd man from Woodbridge, and here comes Damian Nava of Sure, the Almont League champion. He will make it as an individual. He finishes in 6th. Here comes Catherine Van of Woodbridge, giving Woodbridge 3 of the top 7. Dickran of Newbury Park, and now Guerrero of Claremont finishing well. We're still just a shade over 15, and Woodbridge, here comes their third man, their fourth man, their fifth man, and their sixth man. Woodbridge showing great depth with all five of its scores under 15-20. Newbury Park coming in well. Here comes their top five. Woodbridge, just to make it official there, 7 boys under 15-30. So Woodbridge and Newbury Park has had their 5 scores cross the line. And Claremont joins them, looking for Tesoro's number 5. Roland has 5 runners across, and Tesoro's 5th runner right there just behind Roland, but that up front strength of Tesoro with Manning in 3rd and Ruckbeck in 10th looks like it's going to pay off. Roland did close that gap, but it looks like our 4 scoring teams, our 4 first qualifiers for next Saturday's Ford Southern Section Championships will be Woodbridge, Claremont, Newbury Park, and Tesoro. Those, of course, are unofficial until everybody has crossed the line, and Finish Results has made it official, but it's looking pretty good now. Woodbridge, Claremont, Newbury Park, and Tesoro, the first of 4 teams to earn their ticket to the finals. All right, so now you get the first race underway. Race number 2, the second heat of Boys Division 2, has just passed the mile mark, and Derek Luna, the junior from Rio Mesa, he is out very well, leading us through at 4:46 at the first mile. Brady Birch of Glendora, 3 seconds back at 49. Then a large group, we've got Jack McDonald of El Dorado, Leonard Diaz of Norwalk, and Juan Matas of Norwalk. Tyler White of Murrieta Valley, then the El Dorado boys, Marquez, Gallagher, and Shea running in 7, 8, 9, and Marin of Seagerston round out the top 10. So they went through 4:46 for the leaders. El Dorado, early leading team. So at the mile, this was the score. This is heat 2 now. They're at about 1.25 miles right now. El Dorado had 41, Rio Mesa 69, Capistrano Valley 104, and then Dos Pueblos and Burroughs Burbank right at 115, tied at the mile, with that 4th spot being the last qualifying spot. Glendora not that far out of it at 126, and Norwalk at 150. Luna now has made the U-turn, heading out. Birch in 2nd of Glendora, but Luna opening up a little bit of a lead here as he starts to move on up through that part of the course, heading to the backstretch here. And 15-12 up at Clovis earlier in the season. Got 2nd in the Division 3 race. He's the Channel League champion, out running very well.
Setting the channel to 7 was the problem. Can we go back to auto?
Athletes in race number 3, Division II boys, you should be heading over to the clerk once again as teams and athletes arrive. Clerk of the course is located on the lower level parking structure. That's the parking structure right to the west of the stadium. The upper level is the second level. The lower level is equal to the airstrip. That's where the clerk of the course is. We need you down there 30 minutes prior to the start of your race. You can continue to warm up, you can stretch, you can do your strides down there, plenty of room. But at 15 minutes prior to the start of the race, that will be final call. So you're open 30 minutes early to get down there. You can continue, you should be race ready. That means uniform top, uniform bottom, racing flats, and most importantly, your bib number, the correct bib number. That means you may have the right school, just make sure it's your name on the back of that bib. And our leaders now on the back of Reservoir in that parking lot M. They've gone through Stadium Way for the second time. They're on the back stretch there. They're just about to hit the 2-mile mark. In fact, Derek Luna, oh my, fine second mile. Luna, Rio Mesa, 9:35 at the 2-mile mark. That is faster than our first heat went through there by about 10 seconds. And Brady Birch is 17 seconds back, but he is solidly in second, running for Glendora, trying to bring them along. He was at 9:52. Leo Diaz of Norwalk right behind him at 9:53. McDonald of El Dorado and Matas of Norwalk. They were all under 10 minutes at the 2-mile. Then we've got White of Murrieta Valley, Shea of El Dorado. Sanchez of Rio Mesa has moved up well. He's in 8th place now. Ellingsworth and Marca Burrows of Burbank both moved up well in that second mile, trying to give Burrows a little bit of an upper hand here. This is going to be a great battle for that 4th and final qualifying spot. El Dorado looking great as a team. Dos Pueblos always runs well the second half of the course, and they have moved up from 4th to 2nd at the 2-mile mark. Then the battle begins now. We'll look for 3 and 4 as those runners come through. The Dos Pueblos boys all running together as a group, and they are now all in the top 16. So El Dorado and Dos Pueblos looking good. Rio Mesa right in there. And then the battle will be Burrows of Burbank, Capistrano Valley, Glendora trying to hang in there, but it'll be Burrows and Capo Valley right now, separated by just 3 points at the 2-mile mark for the 4th and final spot. So Burrows of Burbank and Capo Valley, we'll see who gets it over the last mile. El Dorado, Rio Mesa, and Dos Pueblos looking pretty solid for those first 3 spots. And Derek Luna, the number 1 man for Rio Mesa, running very well out front. And Derek Luna has made that left turn now, coming into the alley. He's going to be coming up the alley. He'll be coming onto the track here, coming from the south area, coming from the area right by the switchbacks onto the track here. And he is solidly in control. And there he is, the white top and the black shorts, the junior from Rio Mesa, Derek Luna, Channel League champion, on the back stretch there, just about to enter the track. And as we saw with that boys race earlier, this is a very fast course today. He's going to come on the track with 300 meters to go, right at 13:38, 37, 38, right there. He's got a comfortable lead. With 150 meters to go, Derek Luna on the back. Diaz and Birch come onto the track in 2 and 3. And very nice finish here. Going to be right in that 14:35 range. Nice effort for Derek Luna of Rio Mesa, the junior. Going to go back to the CIF Finals here. He's going to ride right at 14:34. Looks like Diaz coming on and Birch. Two boys whose teams are currently not in the top 4 should make it. They will go on as individuals. You have to be in the top 6. Tyler White of Murrieta Valley has moved up very well. And Juan Matas, so it looks like Derek Luna of Rio Mesa, his team will probably make it. He'll win it, but Leo Diaz of Norwalk and his teammate Juan Matas, they finish in the top 6, so they're automatically moving on, as is Brady Birch of Glendora, who got 3rd, and Tyler White of Murrieta Valley. The individuals doing well here in that heat. Jack McDonald of El Dorado leading them through Dos Pueblos. That whole group finishing together there. They've got all 5 of their scores in already. So qualifiers, the first 4 teams. This will be a great battle for who gets the 4th spot today as they come down to finish. This will be a key. Where do 4, 5, 6, and 7 finish, and how do they displace? El Dorado and Dos Pueblos showing their strength, and Rio Mesa, those 3 teams, they're in. They're going to make it for sure, but it's going to be a battle now with Capistrano Valley and Burroughs of Burbank, who is going to get that 4th spot. Capo Valley has their 5 finishers in now. Burroughs looking for their 5th man to cross the line. And it's looking pretty good, like Burroughs is going to get that 4th spot. Now, we haven't got official, this is live scoring, so until every single runner is cross line, nothing is official. But right now, it's pretty solid. Dos Pueblos, El Dorado, and Rio Mesa move on. And it looks like Burroughs holding about an 11-point lead over Capo Valley. Norwalk with that great up-front strength of Diaz and Martis running well in 6th, Glendora in 7th, and quite a gap. So individually, for sure, though, as individuals, Leonard Diaz of Norwalk, Brady Birch of Glendora, Tyler White of Murrieta Valley, and Juan Matas of Norwalk, they're going to move on to the finals. And the teams of Dos Pueblos, El Dorado, Rio Mesa, and Burroughs of Burbank, those look to be the next 4 to join us next Saturday for the Ford Southern Section Cross Country Championships right here at Mt SAC. Race number 3 is underway. 3 of 4 heats. And now we'll switch our attention to heat number 3, the third heat in boys division 2. Caden Batchelor of Altaloma leading the group through the first mile at 4:56. But Souther of Canyon, Sanchez of Paris, Gonzalez of Segerstam, Himsel of Hart, Bunteman of Canyon, Sloan of Ventura, Zamora of Hart, Sharif of Peninsula, and Prant of Hart, all within about 5 seconds of the leader. Team-wise at the mile mark, Hart looking strong, very good team, ranked 6th in the state, 3 in the section, and Ventura, Peninsula, and Fullerton holding on for that 4th spot, but Canyon of Anaheim in 5th at the mile. Making that turn now, Batchelor of Altaloma and Souther of Canyon. They've got about a 10-meter lead, running well in second. Sanchez of Paris, Gonzalez, looks like Himsel of Hart has moved up, and then a large back, and we do mean large, 2 groups of about 10 and then another group of about 30. That's where that 4th qualifying team is going to come out of those groups there, and they are now just at about halfway through our race. And boys in heat 4 of Division 2, you should be at the clerk of the course. Once again, we'll keep reminding teams and individuals as you arrive today, the clerk of the course is on the lower level parking structure. That's the covered part right next to the airstrip. That's where you want to be 30 minutes prior to the start of your race here. Batchelor of Altaloma and Souther of Canyon, that'd be Canyon of Canyon Country. They've gone onto the back stretch up to the back of Reservoir, running side by side. Go by 2 miles, just under 10. In fact, they go 9:58. Souther of Canyon, he's running as an individual, runner-up in the Foothill League this year, and then right with him, Batchelor of Altaloma, the juniors, the Hacienda League champ. And now Sanchez of Paris goes through in 3rd. He's as an individual also. He is running well there. He is running at 10:03. A little bit of a gap to Himsel of Hart at 10:05. Then 8 seconds back, Buntman of Canyon, Sloan of Ventura, Sabia of Peninsula, and then Hart running together. Zamora, Ina, and Prant, they go by together in the top 10. So Hart with 4 of the top 10, certainly in control of its destiny. Ventura boys running together well. Harris and Fisher, they're running in 11 and 12, and they have Sloan currently in 6th. At 2 miles, So solidly in control of their destiny. Hart at 34, Peninsula at 59, Ventura at 59. Those three teams solidly in control with a mile to go. Then we've got a good battle here as we thought it would be. Fullerton and Canyon separated by just 6 points now with less than a mile to go. All our races today have 4 heats for each division, and that means that the first 4 teams get in. There is no at-large or team time. You got to be in the top 4 in your team to move on. Individuals have to finish in the top 6 if their team does not move on. And as our boys now make their way down the airstrip in heat number 3, heat number 4, the final heat in Division 2 is underway, heading north on the airstrip. And Souther with about 800 meters to go with a slight lead over Batchelor, running well in second. Those two looking to move on as individuals if their teams do not get in the top 4, which they currently are not, along with Sanchez in third from Paris. Hart's Josiah Himmel is the first one of a team in the top 6. Buttman of Canyon of Anaheim Hills, his team battling in 5th right now, trying to move up and get whatever hope they can for a low first man number. Sloan of Ventura in 6th. He's moving well. Owen Souther of Canyon now coming on to the backstretch there, looking great. He's opened up a bit of a lead over Caden Batchelor, the junior from Alta Loma. He makes that turn in second. On the track here, Owen Souther, the senior from Canyon, comes onto the track right at 14 minutes. Caden Batchelor, the junior from Alta Loma, solidly in second. It looks now as Hart's Josiah himself has moved up into that 3rd spot. Sanchez of Paris hanging tough, trying to be in that top 6. And Noah Sloan of Ventura. So our top 6 boys all on the track now. Good battle here for 6, 7, and 8. But coming down into the home stretch here, Owen Souther, he's going to move on as an individual. And it's going to continue our streak here. We're going to have 3 boys races, and they're all going to be fast. He's going to be right around 14:50. So he'll move on to next Saturday's championship. Coming in the blue here, Caden Batchelor, the Hacienda League champion. He'll move on. Sloan and himself finishing strong. Their teams will move on. Looks like Sanchez of Paris, he's going to get a spot in the final as an individual. Hart and Ventura now finishing well. Hart in those Hart icons on their uniforms. They look like little dots, but they're little hearts, and here comes all 5 of its scores coming through. And Hart indeed, the first school with 55 runners across the line, all under 15:40. Peninsula with 5 finishers now across the line. Ventura with 5 across the line. We're looking at Fullerton now and Canyon to see who is going to have the next one with 5. Fullerton does indeed get its 5th runner across. Individually, Souther of Canyon will move on. Bachelor of Altaloma will move on. Sanchez of Paris will move on. Those will be the individuals that move on. Now looking for our 4 teams. Hart, Ventura, and Peninsula solidly there. And it's the battle for that 4th spot we're looking at. This is live scoring, so you have to wait for everybody to finish to see who displaces who. But right now, Fullerton at 105, Canyon at 109. That will change a bit. Wait for the official scoring on that, but Hart, Ventura, and Peninsula are in. And Fullerton holding a slight lead over Canyon of Anaheim in that 4th and final qualifying spot. And that brings us to heat number 4, which is underway. And they went through the mile at 5:01, a little bit slower, but you can see why. Everybody is in it. There are at the mile 22 boys within 3 seconds of each other at the mile. So to say it's a pack, they're coming down the airstrip. It looks like the start of a marathon. Everybody in it. Team-wise, Saugus, Lucerna, and Westlake at the mile. They are at 26, 45, and 68. A little bit of a gap to Channel Islands at 1:22, Northwood at 1:36, Villa Park at 1:71, Canyon Springs at 1:78. Mile mark, we had Saugus out well, 4th in the Foothill League, but that is one of the best leagues around. They were 11th in the state last year in Division II, running very well again. Lucerna, the Del Rio League champions for the 5th time in the last 5 years, run well. They ran very well at Mt SAC this year in the Division II sweepstakes race. They were the champions there. They averaged 15:43. Westlake, they ran very well here at Mt SAC, 2nd in their race this year. Then Channel Islands, they've won the Citrus Coast League the last 3 years in a row, run well. Canyon Springs, the Inland Valley League champions, and Indio, the Sun Valley League champions, Villa Park, the North Hills League champions, all running well here through the first mile and a half. And our lead pack now on Stadium Way heading west, going over to that big parking lot and behind Reservoir Hill. Our lead group is down to about 10 now. We're starting to spread out a little bit. And our first race, girls race number 5. And scheduled to go at 9:18, the first of four, be girls Division II race, scheduled at 9:18. So coaches, once again, as you arrive, the clerk of the course is in the lower parking lot west of the stadium, the covered part there, the part that is on the same level as the airstrip. That's where the clerk is. You need to be there 30 minutes prior to the start of your race. So make sure you go down there. You can set up your camp down there. You can warm up and continue to stretch down there. So girls in that first race, race number 5, you should be over at that clerk now. You are just less than 10 minutes away from the start of your race. And our lead group continues to winnow down. Cantu of Saugus pushing that pace a little bit there as they go on that backstretch. Looks like Saywell right with them. They're pushing the pace, moving along, heading to the 2-mile mark. And our group, Saugus, in a nice group with 4 boys or 3 boys in the top 5. And they're just going to be a little bit over 10 minutes. In fact, Cantu takes them through at 10:03. Podell, his teammate, right with him, and Fredericks, 3 of the top 5 for Saugus. De Leon of Lucerna, Texas of Channel Islands in that lead group there. Then we go Kendall of Villa Park, Barrera of Lucerna, Thompson of Lucerna, Saywell of Saugus, Barrera of Lucerna, and Salguero of Lucerna. Then come the Westlake boys. So Saugus, Lucerna, and Westlake with all 5 of their scores, all 3 of those teams with their 5 scores in the top 20 at the 2-mile. Then it'll look for the battle for 4th and the final qualifying spot. Saugus, Westlake, and Lucerna, all 3 with a gap for their 5 runners under 15 seconds. So group running here, as teams have learned in the prelims, all you need to do is qualify, and they are solidly in position. So here was the scoring at 2 miles. Saugus at 33, Lucerna at 39, Westlake moving up at 86, and then Channel Islands now taking a little bit of control of that 4th spot. They're at 118. Villa Park has moved up into 5th at 138, Northwood at 145. So Channel Islands right now in the driver's seat of the 4th and final qualifying spot. And our first girls race of the day, starting off right on time. I want to take a special thank you to all the folks that have adapted so well to making sure this meet goes off well. Our qualifying here, Brian Yokoyama and all the staff here at Mount San Antonio College, Keith Chan, our meet director, and all the folks from CIF pivoted well this week, set up a great course, and our meet is going along smooth. Times are fast. Everybody running well, getting our qualifiers in for next Saturday's Ford Southern Section Cross Country Championships. So a big thank you to all the folks involved in putting on this meet.
Let's go, Abby. Good job.
Once again, if you haven't already, download the app. It's free. Finished results. You'll see the scores at the mile and the 2-mile. And you can go on to HD Runners. That's what's on the big video board. You can see their live feed, so everybody at home can watch the races. And the Saugus boys going 1, 2, 3. Looks like Uriel, Texas of Channel Islands right with them. And Eric De Leon of Lucerna, that's the top 5. Eric De Leon of La Serna. He comes onto the track with the lead. De Leon will come onto the track at 14:08. And Texas and Channel Islands, here he comes. All right, Saugus, La Serna, Westlake in solid control, looking for Channel Islands and Villa Park, who will get that fourth spot. But Eric De Leon of La Serna finishing very well on the track. Going to be flirting with that 15-minute mark. And the winner will be Thomas Barrera. Barrera of La Serna, that was the winner through the first finish. He ran 15:04. Cantu of Saugus, Bodell of Saugus, they go 2-3. Kindle of Villa Park, De Leon of La Serna, and Thompson. Serna is the first team with 5 across. Barrera, De Leon, and Thompson finishing in 1st, 5th, and 6th for La Serna, and Barrera in 8th. Outstanding last mile for La Serna. They're going to be the winners of this heat. Saugus, though, that solid up front strength. They go 34 right now. They're about 10 points back and about 30 points back Westlake. So it looks like La Serna, Saugus, and Westlake are on to the finals. That's unofficial, but they're looking pretty good. We're looking for that 4th team. And Northwood will be the first team other than those top 3. Now Channel Islands. Those two have 5 across. Looking for Villa Park. Now they have 5 across. And it is a battle right here. Villa Park and Channel Islands locked in, about 3 points difference right now for that 4th spot. And now that's down to 2 points. And that gap with Villa Park and Channel Islands continues to be 2 points. 116 to 118 right now. Looks like Northwood's going to get that 6th spot. But the final qualifying spot right now on the edge here with Villa Park and Channel Islands. Individually, La Serna, Saugus, Westlake all moving on. If Villa Park holds on, then Kindle will not make it individual. His team will make it, and that means that no one out of this heat individually will make it, just the team qualifiers. Channel Islands on the bubble as Texas finished in 7th, 1 spot out.
And moving our attention back over to the girls, our Heat 1 of Division 2. Again, just like our young men in our 4 heats, top 4 teams from each heat qualified. And if you're the top 6 and your team does not qualify, you too will earn a spot on to next weekend's finals. Coming through that mile mark here with our girls, top-ranked Claremont High School with a slight edge there over Tesoro and the team scoring, but leading the charge there, Laura Blanco at a University High School. He was an individual qualifier out of the Pacific Coast League, taking that group through around 5:42 with fellow Pacific Coast League foe there, Abigail Fern of Woodbridge, right there with her, along with Amber Daisy of Tesoro. A big, huge group there up front there. Robin Aguirre of Canyon of Anaheim Hills also joining that quartet. But team scoring, Claremont holding the advantage there over Tesoro at the mile mark, with Fullerton in third, only 1 point ahead of Canyon at Anaheim Hills and Woodbridge. Woodbridge trying to break into that top four. They currently occupy that fifth spot at the mile mark. And so that quartet up front with about a 10-second gap there at the mile mark, but Laura Blanco out of University High School. She continues to be our pace setter there, the junior. And Robin Langlaire of Canyon Anaheim Hills right there in her shadow, along with Abigail Fern of Woodbridge and Amber Daisy of Tesoro. Leading that chase pack there, Reagan Duncan out of Fullerton, Vivian Nielsen of Apple Valley, an incredible crew there from Claremont. Claremont, one of the top teams in California, ranked number 6 in Division II, and our trio up front of Isla Bulmer, Camila Trevino de Vela, and Grace Smith. That trio of Claremont running together, along with the trio from Tesoro, MJ Fowler, Gia Gafen, and Caitlin McNamara, all just looking to qualify and move on to next week. Claremont coming into the action here, ranked number 1 in the Southern section. And Tesoro coming in as an at-large entry. They were 4th in the South Coast League, but currently ranked 8th after finishing 3rd a year ago. And Fullerton trying to punch their ticket onto the Division II Finals for the first time in school history. They're your Empire League champions. And Canyon of Anaheim Hills right there with them. They're currently coming into the action, ranked number 9 in the most recent Southern section entries. They were 3rd in the Crestview League, and they've made it now. This is trying to look for 11 straight seasons here for the young ladies from Canyon. So Blanco continuing to lead the charge out of University High School in Irvine. Meanwhile, that is Langier of Canyon of Anaheim Hills, staying right there in touch, along with Amber Daisy in the white over red of Tesoro in 3rd. And Blanco taking the group through at 11:32. Langele of Canyon of Anaheim Hills, 11:33. Daisy at 11:35. And Fern of Woodbridge at 11:40. So our 4 girls have taken us through, and we'll be looking at those team scores here momentarily. Claremont doing what they need to do to qualify right now. That is Bulmer, Grace Smith, and Trevino de Vela, all looking at one another right now. Vivian Nielsen currently occupying that 6th spot of Apple Valley and looking to qualify as an individual. Again, to qualify as an individual, your team does not finish in the top 4, but you as an individual finish in the top 6, and you will move on to next week's Division II Southern Section Ford Cross Country Championships. Getting a little light here on those team scores here with Claremont and Tesoro coming through with their 5 girls. Canyon, our next group there with 5 scores. And Fullerton coming right through, and Woodbridge looking to close that gap right now at the 2-mile mark. But Claremont in a pretty good lead here, 29 points to Tesoro at 43. And Woodbridge now coming across with their 5th score, but more importantly, that leapfrogs them into a 1-point advantage over Fullerton with less than a mile to go. So number 16 and number 17 seeds coming into the action here. This is always going to be the closest that it should be there for that 4th spot to move on to next week. Meanwhile, as you see on our screen there, Heat 2 of the Division II girls getting ready to go off. Meanwhile, Laura Blanco continues to lead the way there in this girls' Heat 1. And our young ladies there are so Blanco, Lange, and Daisy are top 3 girls. Minutes away here from Heat 1, wrapping up. This is our Division II girls, 4 heats altogether. Top 4 teams will move on to next week. And now our leaders. Yeah, it's Langele of Canyon ahead of Blanco and Daisy. And our young lady from Canyon, Anaheim Hills, and Blanco. These 3 have been together all since the gun. Our young lady from Canyon and Anaheim Hills with about a 5-meter gap ahead of Blanco of University. Blanco looking to qualify as an individual. But Canyon, they took control there on that middle mile. They are securely in 3rd place, but that battle for 4th between Fullerton and Woodbridge is what we need to keep our eyes on. Claremont and Tesoro, they look to be punching their tickets rather easily for next week in the top 4 squads. Meanwhile, Vivian Nielsen of Apple Valley. Abigail Fern of Woodbridge in 4th. Robin Langele, a ninth grader out of Canyon High School, nearby Anaheim Hills. She's going to be our first winner of the day here for the girls Heat 1 Division 2, and she's going to be well under 17:30, 17:26. And Blanco is going to bring it home. She'll qualify as an individual, 17:32, and Amber Daisy lead the charge for her young ladies from Tesoro at 17:37. Abigail Fern of Woodbridge looking to bring it in. And Vivienne Nilsson with a great kick there from Apple Valley. She'll punch her ticket on for it as an individual. Abigail Fern of Woodbridge, under 18 minutes, along with Fowler of Tesoro. Great last mile there. Our lead trio from Claremont coming together. They're Smith, Bulmer, and Trevino Devella all coming through at 18:05. McNamara of Tesoro coming through under 18:20, giving Tesoro 3 scores. Claremont with all 5 scores, top-ranked squad coming into the day. And Tesoro now with 4 scores across. So Claremont High School, the Wolfpack, at an 18-second gap. They will easily move on to next week and reserve a spot there along with Tesoro. Tesoro coming across with their 5th girl. Claremont in a very controlled manner there, averaging 18-12 per girl. Very impressive showing there, getting ready for next week. Number 6th ranked team in the state in Division 2. Canyon High School, Anaheim Hills, they now come across with 5. And Fullerton High School, they're looking for their first time to Division II Finals. They moved up from D3 a year ago, and right now they occupy that 4th spot ahead of Woodbridge. All eyes on Woodbridge now in their 5th score. But your 4 girls teams coming across here: Claremont, Tesoro, Canyon, Fullerton. And individually, it looks like Laura Blanco. She will move on to next week along with Vivienne Nilsson of Apple Valley. And if the Woodbridge girls do not make it, then Abigail Fern will also be that 3rd qualifier, individual qualifier here in Heat 1. The 17:26, that's how we're going to kick off the action here for our girls on day 1 of 2 here at the Southern Section Prelims. And Woodbridge is able to move into that 4th spot with their 5th girl crossing. They have a 7-point advantage over Fullerton now, a 6-point advantage. So again, these scores are fluid. We still need to keep our eyes open as other teams will be scoring with their 5th girl. But Woodbridge right now with a 6-point advantage over Fullerton for that last spot in next week's finals. And moving our attention. Moving our attention to Heat 2. Heat 2, Miss Summer Wilson. She was 3rd at the state meet last year in Division 3, but her Irvine group has moved up to Division 2 here in 2025. So she leads the charge here with Ariel Avina of Murrieta Valley right there on her hip. Meanwhile, Marina Avila, the 10th grader out of Palm Desert, is right there as well. So big group here in this Heat 2, Division 2. Heimbach of Peninsula also up there, along with Murphy of Northwood, Woodruff of Marina, and Seda Getz of Burroughs. But at the mile mark, top seed, Murrieta Valley, the Nighthawks, they come across with 35 points. Burroughs out of Burbank, they come across at 90. Dos Pueblos at 104, and Irvine only 3 points ahead of Peninsula here at the mile mark. So keep your eyes open for that fourth spot there, Irvine and Peninsula. Speaking of Irvine, Summer Wilson of Irvine High School, your leader thus far. Heat 2, Division 2, girls here. This is going to be our top 4 teams moving on right now at the mile mark. It was Murrieta Valley, Burroughs, Dos Pueblos, and Irvine. But keep your eyes open on Peninsula. Meanwhile, our leaders now starting to get closer there, going to edge themselves closer here to the 2 mile mark with Wilson, Advina, and Avila of Palm Desert, along with Heimbach of Peninsula.
More of an angle.
Wilson, Avila, those are your top 3. We're going to get their 2 mile splits here momentarily. Again, Summer Wilson, very controlled effort as she makes her way through, coming off a 16:57 effort there at the Clovis Invitational last month, and putting herself up there among the national elites there, going under 17 at the Woodward Park course. And Summer Wilson moving into another gear. She's going to take us through that 2 mile mark at 11:13. Meanwhile, Avila of Palm Desert ahead of Advina of Murrieta Valley, running 2-3. Then Heimbach of Peninsula right there within striking range. So Wilson 11:13. And to put things in perspective, compared to Heat 1 there, Summer Wilson 19 seconds faster than what we witnessed in that first heat. Now keep your eyes on the team battle here. Murrieta Valley now already with 3 across. Check that, 5 across. They come in currently ranked number 3 in California for Division 2. So aside from those 4, then you got to take your way back and look at that big gap here. You got Murphy of Northwood leading that chase group, along with Woodruff of Marina, both individuals trying to qualify as individuals. Seda Getz of Burroughs out of Burbank leading the charge and trying to lead her team on to next week's finals. And so we have 4 teams that have come across the 2-mile mark. Murrieta Valley in charge there at 21 points. They be outlasting the rest of the field at this point. Burroughs of Burbank at 58. Dos Pueblos at 68. Peninsula at 88. Again, these scores are fluid. We're looking for Irvine's 5th scorer. Irvine getting that 1 point up front from Summer Wilson. But now trying to get the rest of the team into that group. But right now, Peninsula with a 16-point advantage. And now Irvine does get their 5th scored across. They now go into a 2-point advantage over Peninsula. Irvine and Peninsula right neck and neck with less than a mile to go. Dos Pueblos at 85, Burroughs at 72. So about 13 points there, but Murrieta Valley very much in charge. Top seed coming into this race and taking care of business with less than a mile to go. Wilson continuing to churn her way through this rain course here this morning. Coaches, as a reminder, you want to check in as early as a half an hour before your race, 15 minutes at the very least. And that'll be at the bottom floor of the parking structure. That's where the clerk of the course is. So Summer Wilson, she's opened up a 7-second advantage there, and that's opened up more than over 10 seconds now. Avila and Advina running 2-3. Heimbach of Peninsula in that 4th spot. In that chase group, Maya Murthy of Northwood was your leader, but there's Summer Wilson coming into your screen and now coming into sight of the stadium, making that left turn. So Summer Wilson, one of the elite runners a year ago for Division III, now moving up to Division II. Meanwhile, Marina Avila of Palm Desert, she was very impressive here the Saturday afternoon session at the Mt SAC Invitational. And Avina of Murrieta Valley in 3rd. And Heimbach from Peninsula now comes onto the track. We're only at 16:23. Yeah, Summer Wilson, she'll be off to Duke in the fall. She's going to be well under 17. And Avila, the relative newcomer here from Palm Desert in that 2nd spot, and our veteran from Murrieta Valley, Avila, trying to close that gap. But it's going to be all Summer Wilson, Irvine High School at 16:53. And going along for the ride, Avila with another gear in her. She's going to be in the low 17s. Very impressive sophomore from Palm Desert. Advina coming through at 17:15. Heimbach of Peninsula, less than 100 meters to go. So officially there for Miss Wilson of Irvine, 16:52.6. And Seda gets a Burroughs of Burbank, and Maya Murthy trying to punch her ticket as an individual. And Murthy will be in that 6th and qualifying spot on to next week. So Murthy under 18 minutes there. Seda gets at 17:54. And Murrieta Valley, very nice showing here at the prelims. Maya Cepeda with a nice kick there at 18:06. Her teammate also coming across at 18:10, Sierra Vaughn. So Murrieta Valley, all 5 across. Woodruff of Marina in 9th, Machuca of Dos Pueblos in 10th. Sophia Smith of Murrieta Valley, their 4th scorer. Mia Gonzalez of Sunny Hills under 18:30 as well. All eyes, though, those 4 automatic qualifying teams for next week. And Dos Pueblos has now positioned themselves well. They had their 4th scorer across. Irvine with 3 across. And now Burroughs coming back with their 4th scorer. And Dos Pueblos, they have their 5th scorer along with Burroughs. So we witnessed 6 girls under 18 minutes there. And of course, Wilson with that 16:52. And again, that team, that last spot's gonna be between Irvine and Peninsula. Only 2 points separated them with less than a mile to go. There's a 3-point advantage at the mile. But right now, Foothill of Santa Ana coming across with their 5th girl. And Peninsula, they now have their 5th scorer. They now move up to 4th place, but now looking for that Irvine 5th scorer and seeing how that works out here. Again, only 2 points separated the squad with a mile to go. Irvine's 5th scorer now in, but it's going to be Peninsula. Peninsula has secured that 4th spot unofficially. Right now, again, scores fluid, but right now, Murrieta Valley, Dos Pueblos, Burroughs out of Burbank, and Peninsula. There are your 4 scores there. Peninsula with a pretty healthy 11-point gap there for that 4th spot. And going back to Heat 1, Woodbridge was able to hold on by 1 point to move on to next week's finals. Woodbridge at 116, just a tad over Fullerton at 117. We turn our attention to Heat 3 of the Division II girls. And perhaps inspired by her teammate already qualifying as an individual, Claire Hipser of University High School leading the charge, but Alo Curtis right there on her shadow. Of course, Curtis dropping that 16:44 performance there at the Clovis Invite last month. So at the 1 mile mark, at the team scoring here, Westlake High School, currently ranked number 2 in California for Division II. They hold the top spot here with Ventura, Lucerna, and Hart High School. Those are your top 4 squads at the mile mark. So Westlake, Lucerna, and Ventura all with 5 scores there at the turnaround. Alo Curtis, Sophie Nichols representing Ventura. Anise Cruz of Westlake, along with her sister Sabina, lead the charge there for Westlake. Maya Hoxie of Lucerna. Ray Castagna, also Westlake, up there in that top group as well. So at that mile mark, only 3 seconds separated our top 8. So both 9th graders, the Cruz twins of Westlake High School in the bright pink there, lead the charge along with Knuckles and Curtis. And Hipster of University trying to finish in one of those top 6 spots along with Hoxie of Lucerna. Ananice and Sabina Cruz. You saw Sabrina Cruz, of course, roll here to the sweepstakes victory at the Mt SAC Invitational. And that's Knuckles right next to her from Ventura. Meanwhile, Curtis just sitting back patiently right behind her teammate, letting everybody else do the pace setting chores. And Maya Hoxie of Lucerna, you can barely see her in that screen there, but she's right there in the back end of that front pack. So Ventura County well represented up front here from our 2 sisters from Westlake High School, along with Knuckles and Curtis of Ventura. And they comfortably all seemingly talking to each other here. They come through at about 11:22 up front. Maya Hoxie, much improved young lady there from Lucerna, taking us through in 5th. And Claire Hipster of University right now holding on to that 6th spot at 11:39. She comes through. Meanwhile, that's Castagna, the veteran senior of Westlake, and that's Westlake with 4 in the top 8. And Westlake with 5 across here at the 2-mile mark with Sinelli in that 4th spot. Westlake showing up with 3 star-studded freshmen there into that group and then moving up the rankings with that. Castagna, the senior of the group, is currently their 3rd scorer. But Knuckles and Curtis now starting to kind of branch off just a tad here. That's still Knuckles on your right side if you're looking at the screen, with Curtis on your left. Hoxie right now leading Lucerna. And Lucerna, speaking of the team race here, they are in third place. 8-point advantage over Hart High School for that fourth spot. Meanwhile, Hart High School, pretty comfortable gap there, 31 points ahead of Walnut. And the top 4 squads automatically move on to next week. You can see on the screen there our 4th race getting underway here, Division II girls. This will decide our last 4 squads, making that group of 16 that will compete at next week's Southern Section Finals. As you see Heat 4 going out, here comes our leaders from Heat 3 onto the right side of the screen. Again, Knuckles and Curtis. Comfortable right now. Girls have been seen talking to each other throughout the race. Meanwhile, we got Anais and Sabina Cruz of Westlake, along with Hoxie of Lucerna. And if you can look towards the back there, that is Hipster of University. Anais Cruz now putting a surge in there, taking that left turn into Guard Alley. And we'll be seeing them, us in the stadium here, we'll be seeing them momentarily. Keep your eyes on that 6th spot there. Hipster and Castagna, they've been in that 6th, 7th spots all race long. And I see Cruz. She's now your leader. Her sister Sabina, she was the winner here at Mt SAC Invitational. Now her sister trying to know what it feels like to get onto that track, and with 300 meters to go at under 16 minutes, Knuckles and Curtis continue to be training partners together here in 2nd and 3rd. Cruz, Sabina of Westlake in 4th, Hoxie maintaining that. And Hipster now moves it into another gear, and with 300 meters to go, she's trying to secure her spot as an individual, as she would be in the top 6. But Cruz moving into another gear here this last 400 meters, and she is going to be under 17 minutes as well. We saw 16:52 in our previous race from Summer Wilson, and Cruz going to add her name onto the sub-17 list, 16:56. Knuckles 17:01, Curtis 17:04, Cruz 17:09, Hoxie 17:11. And Claire Hipster, much improved senior out of University High School, 17:34. She will secure a spot with her teammate on to next week's finals. Castagna, the senior from Westlake, coming across there under 17:40. And Sanelli of Westlake, she's going to be trying to get under 18 minutes. And Westlake putting on a show here, right there at 18 minutes. So number 3 and 4, so 4 scores from Ventura and Westlake, respectively. And And here comes Hart's number 1 runner, going to go out to cross there. And with less than a mile to go, Westlake, Ventura, Lucerna, and Hart were very comfortable in moving on to the finals. Hart with a 36-point advantage over that last spot. And Westlake, that's number 5 at 18:46, our first squad there under. They're going to come through at 88 seconds, averaging 17:43 per girl. And Ventura, number 5 scorer, coming across the line right there, a 19:16. It looks like Westlake are going to be your winners here in Heat 3. Ventura easily moving on as well. Hart High School now bringing in their 5th scorer. And Lucerna with 5 scores across. So Lucerna and Hart, only 1 point separating them, but it's all about qualifying on to next week. 16 teams going to toe the line next Saturday here at Mt SAC. And individually, Claire Hipster, she will move on. She'll be the only individual here in Heat 3 to move on as for next week. And I'm turning our attention to our 4th and final heat here of the Division II girls session. Everybody together there in that blue, that light blue over navy blue of the Centurions of Saugus High School, dominating the landscape there up front. All top 4 girls right there next to each other. Saugus came through the mile mark at 30 points. Newberry Park was at 66. Newport Harbor, they're at 103. And that battle for that 4th spot between El Dorado and Villa Park. Oak Hills and Ontario, though, not too far out of it. Saugus, they're currently ranked number 8 in California here for Division II. And they came through the 1 mile mark. About a 5-second gap there between their top 5 scores. And Newberry Park also maintaining that group pack mentality. 6 seconds separating their group in that mile mark. So at that mile mark, keep your eyes open here. El Dorado, they occupy that 4th spot, but a lot of action there behind them at Oak Hills, Villa Park, and Ontario. Only 1 point separating those 3 squads, and hopefully these 3 squads looking to go after El Dorado there for that 4th spot. Annalise Waldress of El Dorado now moving into the lead. Ahead of Melanie Griffin of Rancho Verde. And they're going to that back part of the course now. Down a slight hill here at Stadium Way, but they'll work their way and go right back up that. It's on the backside of Reservoir if you're on looking at your screen there. And again, as a reminder for those of you that have family and friends that couldn't join us, all they got to do is go onto YouTube, go look up HD Runner CIF Prelims, and they'll be able to watch this live streaming right now. But Waldress has really taken this race over. It was pretty conservative there through that first half. The young ladies from Saugus and Newberry Park willing to sit there as a pack right now. You can see them in the background there of Waldress, but Waldress of El Dorado has now opened up what looks like about a 30-meter lead with Griffin and now Isabella Ruiz of Ontario trying to get to that front of that chase pack. Annalise Waldress of El Dorado continue to be our leader here in the fourth and last section of the Division II prelims. In our previous sections in Heat 1, Claremont, Tesoro, Canyon of Anaheim Hills, and Woodbridge, they automatically qualified on to next week. In Heat 2 was Murrieta Valley, Dos Pueblos, Burroughs out of Burbank, and Peninsula. They took those 4 spots. In Heat 3 just concluded here, Westlake, Ventura, Hart, and Lucerna. Hart with a 3-point advantage over Lucerna for that last spot there in Heat 3. And coming through the 2-mile mark, Annalise Waldress continues to open up her lead. About 8 seconds here, just ahead of Ruiz of Ontario and Castaneda of Citrus Valley. In that group from Saugus, Annika Mark, Lucia Pearson, Jersey Baker, and Kyle Ramsbottom. They're all right there within a 4-second gap of each other. Allie Cabal leads the charge there for Newport Harbor. She is currently in 8th. Melanie Griffin of Rancho Verde trying to hang on to that top 10 spot. And Newberry Park also running as a group. So team scores, we now have 4 teams with 5 across in Heat 4. Saugus with 23, Newberry Park 63, Newport Harbor 79, and El Dorado at 94. But El Dorado looking through over their shoulders a little bit here. Ontario High School only 9 points behind them with less than a mile to go. And Waldress continues to be your leader, representing El Dorado, but that is Ruiz of Ontario, who's only kind of close the gap there. In 3rd, that's Castaneda of Citrus Valley. Now check that, she's now in 5th with Mark and Pearson of Saugus moving up, along with Baker and Ramsbottom. Saugus with 4 in the top 7. a little more than a half mile to go. And with less than a mile to go officially here, El Dorado with a 13-point advantage over Villa Park. So Villa Park needs to close that gap if they want to get a spot on to next weekend. But Saugus, as advertised, they are the #1 seed and living up to the headlines here. They have 29 points, Newbury Park 70, and Newport Harbor 97.
No.
And Ortega, Isabella Ruiz.
Please don't stand there. Please don't stand there.
Isabella Ruiz moving into the lead. Isabella Ruiz, breakout season here this past spring in track and field. And now moving into the lead with about 400 meters to go. Waltrus of El Dorado in that second spot with Mark and Pearson closing ranks, both representing Saugus in those third and fourth spots.
Go ahead. No, I'm not.
And Ruiz continues to open up that lead there. Waltra, she was your leader throughout most of the race from El Dorado, now onto the track with 300 meters to go. Looks like Mark and Pearson. You and this more of a threshold workout perhaps. And you now have Castaneda of Citrus Valley in that fifth spot. Castaneda trying to qualify as an individual, and she was in that fifth spot right now. And Jersey Baker, Ramsbottom for Saugus, and the Newbury Park girls all running as a trio right there, but bring her in, Isabella Ruiz. She's going to be well under 18 minutes. And coming through, and moving on, 17:48. And Waltrus going to be just a little north of 18, but very nice effort there. Should most of the pace setting for this race at 18:04. Marks and Pearson very comfortably over there at 18:09. Castaneda 18:10. Newbury Park 1, 2, and 3 scores all kicking it in. And in unison there, 18:21, 18:22. And Saugus with 5 across. So again, coming in as the #1 seed, number 8 in California. And so Saugus with 6 girls all under 18:35. And Newbury Park, Newport Harbor, Ontario, and El Dorado all fight for those 4 final team spots. Saugus, they've moved on. And now Newbury Park coming across with their 5th score. Isabella Ruiz, our winner, 17:48. Waltrus at 18:04. Mark and Pearson, 18:09. Castaneda, 18:10. Jersey Baker, 10th grader out of Saugus, 18:13. Castaneda will qualify as an individual. And El Dorado right now occupying that 3rd spot. And Newport Harbor now with 5 across. They're sitting at 77 right now. Again, the scores are fluid. These are unofficial scores as they're coming across. The Saugus at 32, Newbury Park at 56, Newport Harbor now 101, El Dorado 106, Ontario 112. So El Dorado with a 6-point advantage over Ontario. And now a 10-point advantage. So if everything stays true here, Isabella Ruiz will automatically qualify as an individual, as will Alyssa Castaneda of Citrus Valley. And Waltrus, she will lead her squad on to that 4th spot. Newport Harbor only 4 points ahead of El Dorado. And so for Saugus, that's going to be 22 straight seasons of advancing on to the finals. And now for Newbury Park, that's 6 straight seasons there. Congratulations, these young ladies. So we'll get ready here for the first heat of our boys Division 5.
And here we go with our first Division 5 boys race. We'll have 4 heats in Division 5 boys, just as we've had in Division 2 today. That means 4 heats. First 4 teams in each race will qualify for next Saturday's Southern Section Ford Cross Country Championships, held right here at Mount San Antonio College. Viewpoint ranked number 2 in the state in this division. That's them out front already in the red, white, and blue, ranked number 1 in the section. They've been the Gold Coast League champs the past 7 years in a row, and this year at Mt SAC in the sweepstakes race, they were second, average 16.22, runner-up in the state meet last year, and they are out well. Thatcher ranked number 8 in the section, and Kate ranked number 9. Those are the top 3 seeds in here. Gafford Academy, Pacifica Christian, Samuel Lee Academy, Wildwood Hawthorne, Math and Science, 5 times in a row now been the Coastal League champions. California Military Institute, Hamilton, Maranatha, San Jacinto Valley Academy, and St. Monica Academy. That makes up our field of boys Division 5, Heat 1. And here we are with the boys Division 5. Jack Richter of Viewpoint out very quickly here through the first mile at 4:55. Just a junior here, ran 15:46 at Mt SAC earlier this year. Second in the Gold Coast League to his teammate Ollie O'Connor. And he's taken this out, opened up quite a lead there. In fact, he has almost a 20-second lead over the next group, which is Wyback of Kate, DeClerc of Thatcher, Johnson of Wildwood, Clark and DeLulo of Thatcher, Bamsey of Viewpoint, Ang Tedet of International School of Ballet, Brunn of Viewpoint, and Vega of Samuel Lee Academy. That was our top 10 through the first mile. Viewpoint in control of this lead heat here, heat 1 of 4. They go by the mile with 31 points, Thatcher at 45, and Kate at 67. Looks like San Jacinto Leadership Academy will go through that mile in 4th, about 15 spots ahead of Samuel Lee Academy and Hawthorne Math and Science. So again, first 4 teams, automatic qualifiers. There is no at-large and there is no team time involved. It's just simply by score here. Individuals, they'll have to finish in the top 6 in the race that they're in. If their team doesn't make it and they're in the top 6, they move on. The next Saturday, Southern Section 4 Cross Country Championship right here at Mt SAC. Really the Southern Section Cross Country Championship, one of the great high school meets in the country. Difficult at almost everybody's state meet, including our own sometimes. We'll have teams ranked in the top 10 in the state that will not make it out of the section. We only get 7 to the state meet. So that'll be a great meet. Join us next Saturday right here at Mt SAC as Jack Richter's trying to ensure Viewpoint's spot in that final, as he is now a mile and a half in and leading quite comfortably.
Let's go, Jack! Yeah, Jack! Way to go, Jack! Yeah, new boy! Go, Derek! Go, Ollie! Go, Derek! Go, Andrew! Go, Noah! Let's go, Colin! Come on, Logan! Yeah, Logan, get up there! Come on, Shay, catch up to Hoya! You can see ya! Go, Malo! Go, Francisco! Let's go!
Jack Richter, the junior from Viewpoint, really pushing this pace here as he's heading back to the parking lot M. That's the big parking lot behind Reservoir. He's just about 30, 45 seconds away from the 2-mile mark. We'll get a 2-mile split on him, but he is comfortably out front here. Just a reminder, coaches and athletes in any of our races for the rest of the day, you need to be at the clerk of the course 30 minutes prior to the start of your race. The clerk is at the bottom of the parking lots, the 2 parking lots just to the west of the stadium, the lower one. That's where the clerk is, underneath, keeping out of the rain, of course. And exactly as we predicted, Richter running very well. He's going to be under 10 minutes at the 2-mile mark. He's at 9:56 and comfortably out front. And Richter 16th last year in the Southern section final, trying to put himself in position and viewpoint here to give another shot at it next Saturday. Still don't have second place through. Now here we go. Addie Zwack of Kate, 10:22. So that lead for Richter is 28 seconds at the 2-mile. Ollie O'Connor, top seeded boy in this division, running well today. He is at 10:34. Vega of Samuel Academy, Johnson of Wildwood, Clark of Thatcher, and then Kessler, Neville, Bamsey, viewpoints 3, 4, and 5. Running in that. They have 5 boys in the top 9. The Clerk of Thatcher rounds out the top 10. So Viewpoint, ranked number 2 in the state, number 1 in the Southern section in Division 5, firmly in control of its heat at the 2-mile mark. Looks like Kate and Thatcher running almost in a dead heat for second. They're separated by just 1 point. Kate at 54, Thatcher at 55. Samuel Lee Academy will be the 4th team through with 5 runners scoring at the 2-mile mark. So at the 2-mile, we have Viewpoint at 25, Kate at 65, Thatcher at 66, Samuel Lee at 95. 20 points back right now, San Jacinto Academy and Hawthorne Math and Science. So that'll be their goal to catch up to Samuel Lee to get that 4th spot. But right now, we've got about half mile to go for our leader, Jack Richter of Viewpoint. And Richter has made the turn off the airstrip and is now heading west, just about to come into the view for the folks in the stadium. If you look to the south, he's coming up the little hill out of Guard Alley, and there he is about to make the turn and come onto the track. 400 meters to go. Our fastest time of the day on the boys so far, right from the very beginning, Aiden Antonio of Woodbridge, and 14:25.4. That was the fastest time, and in fact all of our boys races this morning very quickly under 15, and looks like Richter's going to join that parade and break 15 again, because we're at 14 right now. And Richter, 200 meters to go, and nobody else even in sight yet. Certainly poised to improve upon his 16th place finish from last year at the Southern Section Finals. At 9:32 in track, finished in 8th in Division 4. It's just a sophomore last year, but here comes the junior. He's looked great the entire race. Jack Richter of Viewpoint. Ollie O'Connor's teammate on the other side, cruising along. But Richter, he's going to break 15 right at 14:56. What a nice effort. And O'Connor just cruising. Viewpoint now with all four, or its first four runners in the top 7 spots. Here comes Ollie O'Connor, the senior from Viewpoint. Won his 3rd Gold Coast League championship this year. Really one of the top runners in the state. Mt SAC this year, he was the sweepstakes champion. Ran a very impressive 14:48. 5th in the state last year, looking to possibly win it this year. He goes 15:39. Here comes Addie Zwieback of Kate finishing well. Julio Vega of Samuel Academy with a nice finish to get 4th. Devin Johnson of Wildwood in 5th. Kessler and Bamsey of Viewpoint 6 and 7. Ryan of Kate, DeClerc of Thatcher, and Cichon of Samuel Academy round out our top 10. Viewpoint, there we go, has 5 runners across. In fact, they have 6 across, and in fact, they have now 7 across. 7 boys under 16:32. D5 looking good. Viewpoint ranked number 2 in the state in this division. Be back next week to defend their Southern Section championship. As race number 10, boys heat 2, is just about underway. It's a great D5 race. We're still just a shade over 17 minutes. So these boys not minding the rain, enjoying the cool weather and the flat course, running fast time. Kate and Thatcher join Viewpoint with its 5 scores across the finish line now. So it's looking pretty solid now who our 4 qualifying teams will be. Viewpoint, Kate, Thatcher, and Samuel Lee Academy. That's unofficial, but it looks like they are going to get that 4th spot over Pacifica Christian and Hawthorne Math and Science. So our only individual qualifier out of there would be Devin Johnson, who was 5th in that race for Wildwood. He'll move on, and those 4 teams. And turn our attention now to race 10, heat 2 of this Division 5. They went through the mile right at 5:11, and just as we've had so far most of these races today, we've got, we've got 20 boys separated by 6 seconds at the mile. Big group, but the scoring at the mile was Brentwood 53, Ontario Christian, top-ranked team in this division, ranked number 2 in the section, 4 in the state. They're right in there, Sage Hill and Xavier College Prep, Academy for Academic Excellence. Those 5 teams up front at the mile. And now pushing this pace a little bit, heading back to parking lot M on the back there. That is Teal Green, the junior out of Pacific Christian. He was second in his Mt SAC race earlier this year, and he's starting to push that pace a little bit. Boys from Brentwood going right with him there, Markey and Wedeker in there, but really everybody in it as we head to the 2 mile. This is a great boys heat 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 boys within about 4 or 5 seconds of each other heading to the 2 mile mark and leading that pace, trying to open it up a little bit. Teal Green of Pacific Christian out front here, and they're coming by the 2 mile mark. They're going to be right around that 10:25 range. In fact, Green comes by right at 10:25. And Winokur and Markey of Brentwood still running very well in 2 and 3. And then Gomez and Sumabat of Xavier Prep in 4 and 5. Longo of Sage Hill in 6. Soto of Carpinteria in 7. Kim of Brentwood gives Brentwood 3 of the top 8. Yu of Sage Hill in 9th. And Patrick Crispins of Mesa Grande Academy in 10th. Ontario Christian boys all running together. Drown, Jones, Mulder, Grunder, and Ordonez running together in 11, 12, 13, 14, and 16. So as a team, Brentwood and Ontario Christian solidly in control of 1 and 2 with a mile to go. And at the 2 miles, so the team scores, as we mentioned, Brentwood and Ontario Christian solidly in control of 1 and 2. Then a great battle here. We got Sage Hill at 83, Academy for Academic Excellence 92, and Carpinteria at 98. And remember, only 4 go on, and that's 5 teams, so it'll be a great battle over the last mile of who can get that final spot. And our leaders in Heat 2 just about to come on to the alley here and make their way up into the stadium. And Green leads our group, making the turn into the alley, heading up to the entrance of the stadium. All right, here we go. They have entered the stadium. Looks like Green and Wenkoker are leaders there. The battle we'll really be looking at is the team battle with Xavier Prep. They had 1:16 at 2 miles, Sage Hill 1:22 at 2 miles, and Academy for Academic Excellence 1:30. So just 14 points separating those three teams for 2 spots. Looking to be in the top 6 in case the team doesn't make it. Looks like Max Soto coming back. And our boys here coming in. And Soto with a nice finish for Carpinteria is going to get 3rd and get that individual spot. But our winner is going to be Green of Pacific Christian and Wenkoker of Brentwood. Then Soto of Carpinteria gets the 3rd spot. And the Ontario Christian boys moved up well. That was them in the white and the black. They finish in 5th, 7th, 8th, 9th. And 13th, so all 5 of the scores for Ontario Christian in the top 13. And we're still just at 16:35. All these boys coming off the turn. Got a shot to be under 17 here. Brentwood joins Ontario Christian with 5 scores across the finish line. So Ontario Christian and Brentwood, they're going to be moving on to next Saturday's championship final. The question is who's going to join them from this heat. Academy for Academic Excellence. They're the 3rd team with 5 scores over that finish line. And now Carpinteria joins them with 5. So Carpinteria jumps into the mix here. Now until everybody finishes their top 5 scores, those are fluid results. And now Sage Hill joins them. Right now, we said Ontario Christian, Brentwood are in, and then it's Sage Hill at 92, Carpinteria 93, Academic Academy for Excellence 93. Those are fluid, but right now, 3 teams separated by 1 point looking to move on. And Xavier College Prep leapfrogs all of them and goes to 99 and that puts Carpinteria at 105, Academy for Academic Excellence 106, Sage Hill 107, and only one will move on. And it's looking more and more like Carpinteria with a great last mile. Went from 6th to 4th there. But hold on, here we go. Things are changing. And now, oh my. Right now, Academic Academy Excellence 114. Carpinteria 115. Xavier College Prep 115. Sage Hill 119. As of right now, we'd rely on the 6th place finisher. And it looks like Carpinteria has the tiebreaker. So if there's a tie in the scoring for the top 5, you go to the 6th place finisher. Carpinteria's 6th man was 46th, and Xavier College Prep's 6th man was 62. And Academy for Academic Excellence. Oh, now we move. It's starting to look like it's going to be Xavier College Prep now. So we'll just wait for the official results because this is jumping off all over the place. So Ontario Christian and Brentwood, pack your bags. You're coming next Saturday. Academy, Xavier, and Carpinteria, hold on. We'll get back to you. Turning our attention to Heat 3 here of the boys. Luca Paraschetti of International School of LA. He's the leader there at 10:13 at the 2 miles with about a 10-second lead over the boys from Campbell Hall, Eagles and Infante. They were by at 10:23. 7 seconds back to Oba Shalom of Milliken. And then Wojciechowski of Valley Christian of Cerritos. Hernandez of United Christian Academy, Gutierrez of Cantwell Sacred Heart, Taglieri of Campbell Hall gives Campbell Hall 3 of the top 8. Then the boys from St. Margaret's, Hazi and Wadwa in 9th and 10th. Top team in this division, ranked number 5 in the state, number 3 in the section, St. Margaret's, the Pacific Hills League champions. They're right in the middle of this. But nobody dominating through the first 20 runners. We do not have anybody with 5. Now Trinity Classical Academy and St. Margaret's both with 5 runners across the 2 mile mark together. Making his way back on Stadium Way, heading to the airstrip. Luca Paraschetti of International School of Los Angeles. He's running well. He's been our leader from the beginning. And under 16 minutes here at Mt SAC. Was fourth in the Division 5 individual sweepstakes race earlier this year, so he likes the hills, but doing well on the flat here. He is on the airstrip now all by himself.
Finish to live. I lowered the camera. Is it better?
Watson Eagles of Campbell Hall will make that turn in second, and his teammate James Infante. They are going to go 2 and 3, making the turn, heading up the alley to the backstretch of the track. But Paraschetti of International School of LA starting to make up that little climb and coming into view, ready to come onto the track now. All right, the all white there, 300 meters to go. Luca Paraschetti running well, the junior. We're right at 14:30 right now. Watson Eagles coming onto the track. Teammate not too far back. James Infante. And coming into view here, Luca Paraschetti, 100 meters to go. Going to be right in that 15-20 range. Looks like Brandon Ovashalom of Milken Community trying to get up there in the top 4 to make it as an individual. Paraschetti's going to win this heat. He'll make it as an individual. And then Eagles of Campbell Hall, Ovashalom of Milken Community, and Infante of Campbell Hall. Paraschetti the winner, Eagles second, Ovashalom third, Infante fourth, Jacob Hernandez, United Christian Academy, and Micah Wojciechowski of Valley Christian of Cerritos. That's the top 6. They'll move on if their teams do not move on. Like our last heat, we're at 16:45. All these boys right here at the finish going to be under 17. Nice way to finish the season, even if your team doesn't move on, to break 17 on a 3-mile course. St. Margaret's Episcopal and Trinity Classical Academy both now have 5 scores across the finish, so they'll be moving on. Valley Christian of Cerritos and Pericles join St. Margaret's and Trinity Classical with 5 finishers. Looking for Campbell Hall's scores to fill in there. And Campbell Hall does indeed get its 5 across and moves into 3rd place. So right now it's looking like St. Margaret's Trinity Classical Academy and Campbell Hall are in for sure, and then Valley Christian of Cerritos into that 4th spot. That means Luca Paraschetti will move on as an individual. And Brandon Obashalam of Milken will go as an individual. And Jacob Hernandez of United Christian Academy. And we've got one more heat of boys, race number 12, heat number 4, Division 4. They're halfway through now. And that's our final qualifiers today on the boys' side. This race here, then we'll have our girls' Division 5 races. And as we went through the first mile in that boys' race, Desert Christian of Lancaster, Flint Ridge Prep, and Chadwick all running well. Mahardy Winheim of Desert Christian and his teammate Josiah Schroeder, they took us through the first mile at 5:18. At the mile, the scoring was Flint Ridge Prep 33, Desert Christian of Lancaster 74, Chadwick 111, Heritage Christian of Northridge 119, Arrowhead Christian 125, Silver Valley 140, Linfield Christian 148. That was the score of Heat 4 at the mile mark. They are 8.5 minutes into that race now. Windheim and Schroeder from Desert Christian continue to push that pace. All right, the Desert Christian boys running side by side. Schroeder, the junior, Winheim, the senior, just about approached the 2-mile mark now. Winheim, 14:59 here at Mt SAC during the year. So he's one of the favorites next week, and they go through comfortably at the 2-mile at 10:36. And rounding out the top 10 at the 2 miles, Savalos of Heritage Christian, Kraus, Karapetian, and Manbridge of Flint Ridge Prep running in 4, 5, and 6. Slaughter of Arrowhead Christian, Sadi of Heritage Christian, and then Wilson and Carrick Braun. Flint Ridge Prep with all 5 of its scores in the top 10. They're obviously leading at the 2 mile. Desert Christian just a few points back, 34 points in second. Then Silver Valley at 74 in third. That's the 2 mile mark. And our first girls Division 5 race is underway. Just like the boys, there'll be 4 heats of the girls. Our 4th heat of the boys now coming down the airstrip. They'll be coming onto the track here shortly. Schroeder and Winheim, shoulder to shoulder, the teammates from Desert Christian. Schroeder and Winheim make that left turn now, heading up the alley, coming to the track. And the Heritage Christian boys have taken over that 3rd and 4th, Sabalos and Slaughter. So Slaughter of Arrowhead Christian and Sade and Sabalos of Heritage Christian now heading up onto the track. Here come the leaders, Winheim and Schroeder.
Go Micah, you're looking great, buddy. It's straight now, 400, hit it.
And coming onto the track, 300 meters to go. Mahardy Winheim, the senior, opening up just a little bit on his teammate Josiah Schroeder, the junior from Desert Christian. Then the Heritage Christian boys coming on the track, Savalos and Sade. And Slaughter of Arrowhead Christian running in 5th. Flint Ridge Prep boys, Kraus, Karapetian, and Manbridge running in 4, 5, and 6. And here comes Winheim, 6th in the section last year, looking to battle O'Connor for that individual title next weekend, but he's going to win this. Winheim, Schroeder, big finish from Slaughter coming up here. And all these boys under 16, Winheim 15:54. Then goes Schroeder, then Sade of Heritage Christian, Sabalos of Heritage Christian, and Slaughter of Arrowhead Christian. The Flint Ridge Prep boys essentially in a tie for 6, 7, and 8. Flint Ridge Prep and Desert Christian of Lancaster, they're going to be solidly in there. This is going to be a good battle, though, for that 3rd, 4th, and 5th spots with Heritage Christian, Simi Valley, Arrowhead Christian, and Chadwick all separated at the 2 mile by less than 8 points. And right now, we've only got Flint Ridge and Desert Christian solidly in there. Chadwick and Silver Valley join them with 5 across the line.
So Heritage Christian's Northridge out of Northridge. They're number 5 coming across. That's going to move them up to 3rd place. So Flint Ridge Prep, Desert Christian of Lancaster, Heritage Christian of Northridge, and Arrowhead Christian with a 10-point advantage over Chadwick. These are unofficial results for that boys race. We now move our attention to our last 4 races of the day. That's going to be Division 5 Girls Heat 1. And our young ladies coming through the 1 mile mark are 2-time defending Division 5 champions St. Margaret's. They're in the pole position thus far after the 1st mile. They're going to be just ahead of International School of LA and Ontario Christian. Now leading the way there up front, whole group, big pack there. Brooke Lors of Academy for Academic Excellence, taking us through just ahead of Remy Morrison of International School of LA. Also in that front group there, representing St. Margaret's, was Heidi Bish and Joyce Lee, Brooklyn Rodriguez out of Pomona Catholic, and Caprice McCallis of Cantwell Sacred Heart. So big group there, about a 5-second bubble in our top 10 girls coming through that 1st mile. As we've seen all morning long, top 4 teams from each heat will punch their tickets on to next Saturday's Southern Section 4 Cross Country Championships. St. Margaret's right now in the lead at the 1 mile mark in this girls race, Division 5. Cantwell Sacred Heart, our number 2 seed right there, only 5 points within arm's reach. International School of LA at 90 and Ontario Christian at 108. Ontario Christian with a 40-point advantage there through the 1st mile. So St. Margaret's and Cantwell Sacred Heart right here are top 2 seeds. They actually finished first and second a year ago at the Division 5 Finals. Ontario Christian, they were 4th in the Ambassador League. They got it as an at-large entry, currently coming in ranked number 8. And International School of LA trying to make their first visit to the divisional finals. Our young lady's going to be coming close to maybe about a minute or two to the 2-mile mark, but that's Brooke Moores of Academy of Academic Excellence in the blue over orange. For those of us looking at the screen right now, she's on your right side. And that's Remy Morrison of International School of LA. To her left are 2 young teammates from St. Margaret's in the background there in the white over navy blue. That's Hailey Bisk and Joyce Lee. So Laura's on your left there, Morrison on the right. They're approaching the 2-mile mark. This is Heat 1, Division 5 girls. Top 4 squads move on. For those that don't advance as a team, if you are the top 6, you too advance as an individual to next weekend's festivities. So Lors and Morrison leading the charge here in Heat 1. They've been together all throughout. And making that last right turn in that back parking lot on our rain course here. And they'll be coming through the 2-mile under 13 minutes. At 12:38 officially. And then Caprice Maclatus of Cantwell Sacred Heart at 12:44. Brooklyn Rodriguez of Pomona Catholic at 12:46. Esch and Lee representing St. Margaret's coming through under 12:56. Fraley and Ledford of Ontario Christian running as a group there up front. 12:57. Cody Rydell of United Christian Academy coming through under 13 minutes. And Sydney Dolan of Cantwell Sacred Heart occupying that 10th spot through the 2-mile as Cantwell Sacred Heart's number 2, but her 2 teammates right there, right behind her, Morelos and Cedesetis. So St. Margaret's taking care of business here. They are going to be their first team with 5 across at the 2-mile. And we're moments away from kicking off our Heat 2 here for the Division 5 girls. And St. Margaret's, now International School of Los Angeles, they have come across, they're the 5th runner coming across along with Ontario Christian. And Cantwell Sacred Heart, they're currently ranked 8th in the Southern section. They were runner-ups a year ago. And now Santa Rosa Academy, they come across with their 5th score. Cantwell Sacred Heart, and there comes their 5th score. That's going to move them up into 2nd place. But International School of LA right there within arm's reach, only 2 points away from Cantwell Sacred Heart here coming through the 2 mile. The Lors continue to be our leader there with Morrison right on her shoulder. While McAllis of Cantwell Sacred Heart has got to close that gap here as we're approaching about maybe 500 meters to go. They'll make that left turn and they'll move their way towards the stadium. And Rodriguez of Pomona Catholic maintaining that top 4 spot, trying to qualify as an individual. But our top 4 teams with less than a mile to go: St. Margaret's, Cantwell Sacred Heart, International School of LA, and Ontario Christian. Ontario Christian with a comfortable 29-point, check that, 31-point advantage over United Christian Academy.
Let's go, Capri! Let's go, Capri!
And we've got ourselves a great battle. Morrison and Lors, they've been together all throughout, switching spots, and now Morrison moving into the lead as she takes that left turn to come into the stadium. Lors looks like she's going to try to qualify as an individual. Morrison, her teammates taking care of business behind her as they were 3rd place with less than a mile to go. McAllis of Cantwell Sacred Heart in that 3rd spot. Rodriguez of Pomona Catholic, and then Besch and Lee of St. Margaret's. But Morrison has another gear inside her. She's now opened up about a 10-meter lead as she is less than 300 meters to go. That clock still under 18 minutes. And Remy Morrison, very impressive. Sat up front, the junior out of International School of LA, out of Burbank. And with less than 100 meters to go, and now we got to change the spot there. McAllis making a move to go into 2nd place ahead of Lors. And Brooklyn Rodriguez of Pomona Catholic. And Morrison, 18:47. McAllis, great finish there, 18:56. Lors, she'll move on as an individual at 19 flat. Brooklyn Rodriguez of Pomona Catholic, she'll move on as an individual, 19:09. And Abby Fraley, great finish there for Ontario Christian, 19:27. Heidi Beschke of St. Margaret's, 19:32. Joyce Lee coming in under 19:40. St. Margaret's, the 2 of the top 7. Chloe Rydell of United Christian Academy at 19:40. Hannah Ledford of Ontario Christian, that's 2 scores for them, 19:44. But your winner, Remy Morrison of International School of LA. Now she's going to sit and wait to see The rest of her teammates come across. But St. Margaret's, they had the lead there at the 2-mile mark. Looking for their 5th score right now at 4. So Cantwell, Sacred Heart, they're your early advantage here. They had 4 girls cross the line. And there they are, St. Margaret's, your 2-time defending champions. And right now, ranked number 8 in California. They're your first squad with 5 across in Heat 1 of the Division 5 girls. Cantwell, Sacred Heart, they've got 4 across, as does Ontario Christian. Ontario Christian, as expected, they are coming across with 5, and they move up. And International School of Los Angeles, they now have their 5th score across. So kind of look at our eyes open here. Cantwell, Sacred Heart, they had 4 right off the bat now, waiting for their 5th. United Christian Academy also looking for their 5th score. Meanwhile, turning our attention to Heat 2. Heat 2, they're 8 minutes into that race there. Sophia Joe of Campbell Hall, she is your early leader, taking us through with a huge gap there. 5:45 at the mile mark. She had a 13-second advantage there over second place. She's your Gold Coast League champion. Leah Schlatter of Arrowhead Christian was leading that chase group with Ayana Jaimes Solorio of Lucerne Valley. But at that mile mark, Thatcher, they were your early leaders at 51. Chadwick at 65. Arrowhead Christian 74. But Kate, only a 7-point advantage over Valley Christian of Cerritos. Valley Christian and Kate watching one another there through the first mile. With Thatcher, your number 1 seed, coming in. And unofficial results, but going back to Heat 1, congratulations, St. Margaret's. They'll go back to the finals once again. Cantwell, Sacred Heart, your runners-up a year ago, they will also move on. Ontario Christian, first time they're advancing and since last 3 years. Ontario Christian moving on as well. And International School of LA, first time out, and they are going to advance on to next week's Division 5 finals, with International School of LA with a 36-point advantage there over United Christian Academy. Individually moving on, Brooke Boers of Academy of Academic Excellence, Brooklyn Rodriguez of Pomona Catholic. So 2 individuals moving through in Heat 1 of Division 5. So Sophia Joe of Campbell Hall, she went through the first mile mark at 5:45, and a pretty sizable lead here in Heat 2 of the Division 5 girls. So in our previous section, our leaders came through at 12:38. Miss Joe, the Gold Coast League champion, comes through at 11:46. So 52 seconds faster than what we saw in that first heat.
Leader just passed 2 miles. She's like 100 meters ahead.
Meanwhile, Leah Slaughter of Arrowhead Christian, her brother has already advanced as an individual. And she too trying to lead that same path here. And she's going to come through as our second girl in Heat 2. She'll be coming through unofficially right around 12:17. And Chloe Hamilton of Thatcher coming across at 12:21. Ayana Jaimes Solorio at Lucerne Valley coming through under 12:30, along with Sophie Blank of Kate. Wide open race here in this Division 2. Our leader came through the 2 mile mark at 11:46, and you have to go back about a minute and a half to find our sixth girl. That'd be Sophie Shane of Chadwick. She came through at 13:18. Arjania of Arrowhead Christian, 13:21. So Arrowhead Christian 2 in the top 7 at the 2 mile mark, as we're still waiting to see our 5th score come across from any one team. Zoe Zavala of San Jacinto Leadership came through at 13:22. Just as we said that, Chadwick decides to come across their 5th girl, so they are the first team to score here at the 2 mile mark in Heat 2. And Sophie Joe in complete demand as you see the one race going out, the next race coming in. And Sophia able to navigate that traffic jam of sorts. They're coming right at her, and she continues to have this monster lead. Going crazy fast here in Division 2. Division 5, Heat 2.
I don't think so.
So it was Joe of Campbell Hall, Slaughter of Arrowhead Christian, but you know what? Let's look back at those team scores there for Heat 2. Thatcher and Chadwick, only 3 points separating the two. Again, it's all about finishing to the top 4. Arrowhead Christian right there in 3rd place, and Kate in that 4th spot ahead of Valley Christian of Cerritos. And Sophia Joe of Campbell Hall. She has been in absolute control since the gun. Her versus the clock at this point with 300 meters to go. And as our friends from Finish Results are about to switch the clock, we're going to see her going under 18 minutes. And she's only at 17:05 with 200 to go. And she has looked just like this, same cadence, same stride the whole way through. This is Sophia Joe, Campbell Hall, the 9th grader. And Sophia Joe in a league of her own here at 17:39. Very nice showing. Challenging for the Division 5 individual crown next week. Our young 9th grader from Campbell Hall at 17:39.9 officially. Meanwhile, Slaughter of Arrowhead Christian in 2nd place. Chloe Hamilton of Thatcher Leah Slaughter, the 10th grader out of Arrowhead Christian. Her squad was 3rd at the 2-mile mark. And on her outside, making a move there, that's Chloe Hamilton of Thatcher. The senior from Thatcher, the 10th grader of Arrowhead Christian, they're going to be under 19 minutes, 18:36, 18:37 unofficially. And Sophia Joe, almost a minute victory there, 17:39. So Ayana Jaime Solorio of Lucerne Valley, a 9th grader, coming through. Very nice effort there at 19:16 unofficially. 19:12, check that. And Sophie Blanks of Kate High School going to kick off the scoring for her squad. She'll be right there around 19:33. At the 2-mile mark, Thatcher, Chadwick, Arrowhead Christian, and Kate. They were your squads to look out for. Kate had a 12-point advantage over Cerritos Valley Christian. And Sophie Zhang of Chadwick's going to kick off the scoring there for her Dolphins. Chadwick looked good there at the 2 mile mark. They were our first squad to have 5 across the line. And Chadwick with 2 in the top 8. So this is concluding, winding up here. This is Heat 2, the Division 5 girls. Heat 3 already out there on the course. Heat 4 not too far away. Of course, you can all join us here tomorrow morning. We'll be back with Divisions 1, 3, and 4. So a lot more action-packed CIF prelims. You can go back and watch it on YouTube. Of course, go to HD Runners. Just type in CIF prelims. A lot of times it just pops right up anyway. So HD Runners is absolutely, along with finished results, they continue to spoil us. Alyssa Seha of Valley Christian, she came in 7th place. Megan Topman of Chadwick in 8th. Arrowhead Christian with 2 in the top 9. So Chadwick right now, they got 4 girls that have crossed the line. Now Thatcher comes back with their 4th girl, but Chadwick answers right back with their 5th score. So as we saw at the 2 mile mark, Chadwick will be the first squad to get 5 across. Thatcher right there in the rear view mirror, they've already got 4. Arrowhead Christian, they've got 2 of their runners across. And there's Thatcher's number 5. So again, it's all about qualifying for the top 4 spots per race, but Chadwick and Thatcher basically in a dead heat early on here. And our attention as we let Heat 2 kind of winding up here. Let's go back to Heat 3. Heat 3 already off and running. Flora Castellan of Notre Dame out of Riverside. She was your early leader there at the mile mark, along with Keaton Schaefer of Brentwood. Schaefer has now taken the lead. Marie Moon of Viewpoint. Yari Chavez of Samuli Academy. Melissa Esqueda of St. Lucy's also up there as well. So in that 3rd section of Division 5 girls, a big pack all running together. And going back to Heat 2, of course, Sophia Joe making all the headlines there. The young lady from Campbell Hall, the 9th grader, rolling to a 17:39. But team scoring, Chadwick and Thatcher, they have secured their spots on to next week. Arrowhead Christian, they're currently in that 3rd spot, just ahead of Valley Christian. And now Kate has come with their 5th score, and they've now moved ahead of Valley Christian for that 4th spot. So in Heat 2, 5 teams across there. Again, Chadwick, Thatcher, Arrowhead Christian, and Kate. And for Chadwick, that'll be 11 straight seasons they have advanced on to the final. And now we get our attention back to Heat 3, Division 5 girls. Viewpoint and Linfield Christian, only 1 point separating them at the 1 mile mark. Meanwhile, Carpinteria and St. Lucy's, only 7 points separating those between third and fourth. And Samulia Academy now going to have to play catch up as they are 26 points behind St. Lucy's. Again, this is still early on at the after the 1 mile mark. And our young ladies here in Heat 2 coming across that line at the 2 mile mark. Our first two, Chavez of Samulia Academy, Pastanon of Notre Dame out of Riverside running her shoulder. Got in of Carpinteria at 12:31, right there with Schaefer of Brentwood. Palma of Providence out of Burbank, Mon of Viewpoint, and Escada of St. Lucie. So only 8 seconds separating those young ladies there at the 2 mile mark between first and eighth. But Layari Chavez is now taking over the pace setting chores up front, representing Samulia Academy. And action heating up here. In Heat 3, Viewpoint with a 13-point advantage over Linfield Christian. Again, top 4 squads are going to move on. Carpinteria and St. Lucy's occupying those 3rd and 4th spots. And St. Lucy's, pretty good, 50-point advantage there. Samuli Academy, they're going to throw their hat in the ring with their 5th scorer. Meanwhile, Chavez of Samuli Academy continue to lead the way for her squad. So Samuli Academy, they closed the gap just a little bit there, about 21 points off of St. Lucy's. But right now it's Viewpoint, Linfield Christian, Carpinteria, and St. Lucy's.
Welcome. See you tomorrow? Will we see you tomorrow?
And our top girls here approaching the stadium, going up guard alley right there. Running upstream, so to speak.
No way.
Chavez and Castellon, Samuli Academy and Notre Dame out of Riverside. They've been 1-2 all throughout. Guardian of Carpinteria, Schaefer of Brentwood, along with Palmer of Providence Burbank. Nice little battles. We got less than 300 meters to go. Marie Long of Viewpoint occupying that 6th spot. She now moves on to the track. And great battle here for that 3rd spot. Schaefer of Brentwood makes the moves. Guardian of Carpinteria. Castellon of Notre Dame. Chavez of Samuli Academy. These individual spots may be decided right here in front of us in the stadium. And Chavez of Samuli Academy, your winner, 18:42. One of the closest finishes we've had all morning here. Palma of Providence with a great kick there, 18:43, out-leading Castellon of Notre Dame Riverside. Schaefer of Brentwood, Guardian of Carpinteria, and Mong of Viewpoint closing out our top 6. And coming there in 7th, that's Esqueda of St. Lucy's. Rizawiki of Linfield Christian lead the charge for that group. Martins of Carpinteria, giving Carpinteria 2 of the top 9. Brun of Viewpoint finishing 10th there, moving up 4 spots from the 2-mile mark. She'll give Viewpoint 2 of the top 10. And right now, Viewpoint leading the charge. They got 3 scores across. Viewpoint coming in as our top seed with Linfield Christian, currently ranked 6th in Division 5. St. Lucy's, Savuli Academy, and Carpinteria trying to punch their tickets on as well. Viewpoint, they now have 5 across. And going our attention to our 4th and final heat of the morning session here of Division 5 girls. And Anna Kim of Pacifica Christian out of Santa Monica has opened up a huge lead there at the mile mark. Looks like about 30 seconds over Lila Glidewell of Pacifica Christian of Orange County. Not to get 2 Pacifica Christian schools mixed up. Kim representing the Santa Monica version, whereas Glidewell is with the Orange County group. Kaufman of Flintridge Prep is currently in 3rd. And our 2 young ladies from Desert Christian out of Lancaster, Schroeder and Williams, right there in the top 6. Looks like Woodcrest Christian running as a group there. Sarah Kim, one of the top individuals, right in the middle of that Woodcrest Christian trio. Going back to Heat 3, our 4 qualifying, and this is unofficial, but Viewpoint, Linfield Christian, Carpinteria, and St. Lucy's, they are all advancing on to next weekend. Moving on as individuals, ends up our top 4 girls will all move on as individuals. Layari Chavez of Samuli Academy, Carolina Palmer of Providence, Castanon of Notre Dame Riverside, and Keaton Schaefer of Brentwood. Congratulations, young ladies. You are now moving on to next weekend's Division 5 finals. And now to conclude things, this is our Division 4, or excuse me, our Division 5 Heat 4. Our two top seeds coming into this race, Desert Christian of Lancaster, currently ranked 4th in CIF. Woodcrest Christian ranked 5th. And they were about dead even there at the 1 mile mark, with Woodcrest Christian holding a 2-point advantage. Hawthorne, Math Science Academy, currently ranked 12th. They were a qualifier last year, 10th place. And Pasadena Poly, they were second in the prep league, but right now, a pretty sizable advantage there early on at the mile mark as they came across a 108, and Pacifica Christian out of Orange County at 159. Anna Kim earning all the headlines thus far in this 4th heat. She had a 31-second lead there at the 1 mile mark as she's slowly approaching her 2 mile mark. And Anna Kim continuing to charge forward at 11:47. So the two freshmen earlier from Campbell Hall and now Kim of Pacifica Christian, they've gone under 12 minutes. Lila Glidewell of Pacifica Christian Orange County coming through, leading that chase group along with Melia Kaufman of Flint Ridge Prep, Kylie Cameron of Pasadena Poly. The freshman Anna Kim continuing to impress here. She came through the mile mark at 5:47, only to come back with a 6-minute 2 mile. Meanwhile, our trio from Desert Christian Lancaster looking very impressive here. Talitha Schroeder, Leah Williams, and Ella Duzak has now moved up 8 spots from the mile mark. But Woodcrest Christian and their version of pack running, they're the first team to come across with 5. And they came in about a 30-second gap between those 5. So they're leading the charge there. They are the number 1 seed coming into the race. Check that number 2 seed, them and Desert Christian. Trying to punch their tickets on to next weekend. Now Hawthorne of Math Science Academy moving up well here. They come across with 5. And now Pacifica Christian of Orange County coming across with their 5th score at the 2-mile mark. Keep your eyes on Pasadena Poly. Pasadena Poly, they were 4th at the 1-mile mark. And they have 4 that have crossed the 2-mile mark thus far. And check that, they're 5th, so they do move in back into that 4th spot, just ahead of Pacifica Christian of Orange County. And on your screen, she's been a one-person show the whole time here. Anna Kim, the 9th grader at a Pacifica Christian. So Sophia Joe of Campbell Hall, earlier she went 17:39 and she came through the 2-mile at 11:46, while Anna Kim came through at 11:47. So we're looking at another sub 18-minute solo wire-to-wire performance here from a 9th grader, this one being Anna Kim of Pacifica Christian. Glidewell of Pacifica Christian in that 2nd spot, along with Kaufman of Flint Ridge Prep. Anna Kim, the track is all yours. With 250 meters to go, that clock right there striking at 17 minutes. Anna Kim. And she's going to have to wait and see if her team going to come across here, but she's going to qualify as an individual. Anna Kim, that clock again, 17:38. So as advertised, she's going to be under 18 minutes. Very impressive showing here. Meanwhile, Lila Glidewell of Pacifica Christian of Orange County is less than 300 meters to go. This is Glidewell at a Pacifica Christian of Orange County. Her team was 5th place at the 2-mile mark with less than a mile to go. Desert Christian of Lancaster, Hawthorne, Woodcrest Christian, and Pasadena Poly, they occupied those top 4 spots. So Glidewell, very nice performance there at 18:39. Amelia Kaufman out of Flint Ridge Prep. She's going to be under 19 minutes. 18:56 on the dot. Meanwhile, Desert Christian of Lancaster, they're going to come through here in 4th and 5th. Looks like Schroeder and Williams, with Kylie Cameron of Pasadena Poly. Lusak of Desert Christian in 7th. That's Morty of Hawthorne of Math and Science Academy. So Amelia Kaufman of Flint Ridge Prep, she will qualify as an individual, as will Anna Kim of Pacifica Christian. So Hawthorne Math and Science Academy right now, they got 4 girls across, as does Woodcrest Christian. And all 16 teams will reconvene here next weekend at the Division 5 Southern Section Finals. And top individuals that also qualified, you want to look for all these results, go to Finish Results. You get it right there on your app, or you can go online to get all the results there. And of course, for those of you that are wondering how to see us tomorrow, you can go on to HD Runners on YouTube, and you can watch this all live from your computer screens or televisions from your home. And so Desert Christian of Lancaster, they are coming in as our #1 seed, and they're going to leave with that same spot. Woodcrest Christian, they're also going to advance, as is Hawthorne Math and Science Academy. And all eyes on that final spot right now, Pacific Christian. As we saw at the 2-mile mark, they came across with their 5th score, but now waiting for Pasadena Poly. Pasadena Poly held the advantage with less than a mile to go. And looks like right now they are at a 2-point advantage over Pacifica Christian of Orange County. So kind of sit and wait. These scores are fluid. As teams come across with their 5th scores, this could change. But right now, Desert Christian, Woodcrest Christian, and Hawthorne Math and Science Academy will advance onward. And that last spot now down to 1 point. And now they are tied with Pacifica Christian, holding the advantage on that 6th runner. And so we conclude our action this morning here. And again, that last spot, it is tied right now, but of course it goes down to the 6th runner, Pacifica Christian's number 6, finishing ahead of Pasadena Poly's number 5. And that's thus giving them the advantage right now. But again, these are unofficial. And unofficially, yes, Pacifica Christian of Orange County, they are going to earn that 4th spot. They now open up a 3-point advantage over Pasadena Poly. Nice come from behind effort there over that last 1 mile. Individually qualifying, of course, Anna Kim for that monster 1750 performance there for the win. She will move on. Amelia Kaufman of Flint Ridge Prep, she will move on. And Kylie Cameron at Pasadena Poly, taking 6th place there as an individual. She too will move on. We want to thank all of you for joining us here this morning. I want to thank everybody from the Mt SAC crew all the way up to the CIF office here, and we will be back here tomorrow morning. Again, we welcome all of you to join us, but of course you could do so online. And of course, for all those athletes and teams and individuals that qualified on to next week, congratulations. Southern section isn't playing around. It's hard to get to this level and advance on to one more week. So we really look forward to seeing all of you here next weekend at the 2025 Southern Section Ford Cross Country Championships.